내외 귀빈 여러분, 지금 대통령님께서 입장하고 계십니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. Distinguished guests, please welcome His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, with a warm round of applause. 제2차 민주주의 정상회의 인태지역회의를 찾아주신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. Welcome everyone to the second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. 다시 한번 인사드립니다. 안녕하십니까? 제2차 민주주의 정상회의 인태지역회의 개회식 진행을 맡은 외무부 문화협력대사 손지혜입니다. My name is 손지혜, Korea's Ambassador for Cultural Cooperation, and I will be guiding you through the proceedings of today's opening session. 대한민국은 제2차 민주주의 정상회의 공동주최국으로서 자유와 인권, 법치 등 보편적 가치를 공유하는 국가들과 세계 시민사회, 학계, 민간 분야의 인사들이 한데 모여 민주주의가 직면한 도전 과제와 이를 극복하기 위한 방안을 논의하는 자리를 마련하게 되어 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. As co-host for the second Summit for Democracy, this meeting is an invaluable honor and opportunity for the Republic of Korea. It allows us to open a forum for discussion with countries that share universal values such as freedom, human rights, and the rule of law, alongside experts and experienced practitioners from civil society, academia, and the private sector, gathered together to discuss the challenges facing democracy and seek solutions to overcome them. 오늘 민주주의 정상회의 인태지역회의의 주제는 부패 대응의 도전과 성과입니다. 부패 대응은 오늘날 한국의 민주주의를 말할 때 빼놓을 수 없는 큰 성과입니다. The theme of today's meeting is challenges and progress in addressing corruption. Addressing and responding to corruption is an indispensable part of democracy in Korea. I trust that through today's event, Korea's experience of promoting democracy and its anti-corruption efforts will be widely shared and discussed. 오늘 이 자리에서 한국의 민주주의 증진과 부패 대응의 선순환의 경험이 공유될 수 있기를 희망합니다. 그럼 지금부터 제2차 민주주의 정상회의의 개회식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. With that, let me start the official opening session of the second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. 가장 먼저 박진 외교부 장관님의 개회사를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 장관님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. First, there will be the opening address by Minister Park Jin of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Minister Park.
Good morning, everyone.
네, 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 윤석열 대통령님, 장관 여러분, 인도 태평양 지역에서 오신 동료 장관님 여러분들과 그리고 내 귀빈 여러분, 오늘 이 자리에서 제2차 민주주의 정상회의 인태지역회의에 오신 여러분들을 환영합니다. 대한민국은 이 역사적인 행사를 코스타리카, 네덜란드, 미국, 그리고 잠비아와 함께 공동 개최하게 된 것을 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 오늘 우리는 공동의 비전을 갖고 함께 모였습니다. 그것은 바로 민주주의 기반을 우리 지역과 전 세계에서 더욱 굳건히 하고자 하는 비전입니다. 안타깝게도 오늘날 우리는 우려스러운 민주주의의 후퇴를
Now, more than ever, we must reaffirm our commitment to democracy and join forces to protect its enduring principles. The Summit for Democracy offers an invaluable platform to advance this critical mission. Time and time again, history has shown that democracy remains the most effective means to freedom, peace, and prosperity. As former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon stated, democracy is not a guarantee of success, but it is the most powerful and just means for building well-functioning societies. Korea's own path to democracy stands as a living testament to this truth. Our history exemplifies the boundless potential that arises from embracing democratic ideals. And the broader Indo-Pacific region, with its cultural, political, and economic diversity, offers a wealth of experiences and insights for promoting resilient democracies. A critical lesson from our collective experience is the need to remain vigilant against threats to democracy, such as corruption. Corruption undermines public trust, compromises the integrity of our institutions, and exacerbates inequality. Most importantly, it impedes progress towards the sustainable development goals. Addressing this challenge with determination and unity is our shared duty. In this spirit, we, the ministers of the Indo-Pacific region, adopt Seoul Declaration on Challenges and Progress in Addressing Corruption. The Seoul Declaration embodies our shared resolve to prioritize the fight against corruption and reaffirm our commitment to the democratic values we cherish. And as we delve into meaningful discussions today, I hope we can inspire reflection and share innovative approaches and best practices to translate our commitments into action. In closing, I trust that today's meeting will serve as a catalyst for greater cooperation in advancing democracy across the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. United in purpose and steadfast in our commitment to democratic values, let us embark on a journey towards a brighter, more democratic future. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring meeting.
장관님, 감사합니다. Thank you, Mr. Park, for your opening speech. 박진 장관님의 개회사로 제2차 민주주의 정상회의 인태지역 회의에 막을 올렸습니다. The opening address by Minister Park has raised the curtain of the second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. 장관님 말씀처럼 오늘 이 회의가 부패 대응을 위한 협력을 강화하고 인도태평양 지역 내 민주주의 정신을 되살리는 계기가 되기를 바랍니다. As Minister Park mentioned, I hope this meeting will strengthen cooperation in the global efforts to fight corruption and lead to a more resilient and sustainable democratic spirit in the Indo-Pacific region. 다음은 민주주의 정상회의 인도태평양 회의의 주제 영상인 다르지만 함께, different but together를 준비했습니다. 함께 감상해 주시기 바랍니다. Next, we have prepared a special video, a short as they call it now, named Different but Together. It is our way of illustrating the theme of this Indo-Pacific regional meeting. Please turn your attention to the screen.
국제사회에서 책임을 다하고 존경받는 나라를 위대한 국민 여러분과 함께 반드시 만들어 나가겠습니다.
It's developed an innovative testing strategy and expanded our capacity.
The semiconductor industry has announced plans to boost investment this year by 10%, strengthening their supply chains.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
Vehicle completely downrange.
감사합니다. Thank you. 영상 초반에 등장하는 그 조각보는 한국 전통 문화로 서로 다른 색깔과 모양의 작은 조각들이 모여 하나의 조화롭고 아름다운 천을 만드는 것이 오늘의 주제인 민주주의와 많이 닮은 것 같습니다. As you saw in the video, 조각보, or the beautiful patchwork that appears at the beginning of the video, is a traditional Korean cloth put together with various scraps of fabric. Individually, they are not that noticeable, but when put together, the different colors and shapes created a harmonious and beautiful pattern. The basic principle of the 조각보 is similar to the core idea of democracy, the very theme of this meeting. 다음은 대통령님의 환영사가 있겠습니다. 대통령님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. Next, His Excellency 윤석열, President of the Republic of Korea, will deliver his welcoming address.
인도 태평양 지역 장관 여러분,
Ministers from the Indo-Pacific region,
시민사회와 학계 인사
members of the academia and the civic society, welcome to the Second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. Thank you for your participation. With the U.S., Costa Rica, Zambia, and the Netherlands, Korea is co-hosting the Second Summit for Democracy. Thus far, thank you very much for all of your efforts in advancing democracy, and it is indeed a great pleasure and very meaningful to meet all of you at the Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. In December of last year, we have announced the Indo-Pacific Strategy to contribute to peace and prosperity of the international society. At today's summit, we wish to continue our dialogue and to prove our determination to put our words into action. The countries that participate in the Summit for Democracy have one common thread. That is, all of the nations have a trust for the universal value of freedom and democracy, and we have worked hard to advance these values. Above all, at this meeting, we are discussing this topic with the Indo-Pacific countries to make sure that we renew our commitment for democracy and set a new milestone. Democracy is the cornerstone of freedom and human rights. And the rule of law means that we are not governed by any one person, but rather law which enables the coexistence of freedom in the community. Distorting decision-making processes within communities is corruption. Corruption threatens democracy and it oppresses freedom. Thus far, we have focused on the individual acts of corruption. However, if we take a look at the root causes, we will be able to see that there is distortion in the decision-making processes of communities caused by corruption. The distribution of fake news and fake information, and based on that, there could be threatening, and there is fraud, manipulation, and fabrication, and all of these acts distort the system of decision-making. And more fundamentally, going against truth itself is corruption. And that threatens democracy and oppresses freedom. Thus far, Korea has continued to improve the anti-corruption mechanism and establish a legal system to fight corruption. Based on the law, we have continued investigations across the society, and having a strict system against corruption is the basis for democracy. Transparency is the best measure for anti-corruption. Anti-corruption on an international level is also very important. Human rights, rule of law, democracy, and freedom are the universal values that we share as like-minded countries, and together we need to strongly respond to any forms of corruption. The third Summit for Democracy will be hosted by the Republic of Korea, and based on the universal values of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law, we wish to continue to lead the efforts to advance these universal values. At the regional meeting, we are adopting the Seoul Declaration, and I do believe that the Seoul Declaration will serve as a milestone to set the path forward. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, the Republic of Korea, in order to pay back to the international community that has contributed to the advancement of democracy in Korea, will make our contribution to the global society. We will surely provide the support to the Indo-Pacific countries that are in need of transparency, anti-corruption, and e-government. These are the areas where we can advance democracy together. In the next 3 years, we will conduct ODA projects worth 100 million won. With the participation of the public and the private sector, we will have a Track 1.5 youth project to advance democracy in this region, especially for the youth, so that the youth of this region will contribute to democracy and freedom. The new blueprint will certainly be a meaningful step forward with your contribution and support. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, together, nothing will be impossible. Our solidarity will surely blossom democracy around the world. At today's Second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting, we hope to gather our wisdom and insight to contribute to anti-corruption in this region. Thank you very much.
대통령님 말씀 감사합니다. 감사합니다. Mr. President, thank you for your welcoming address. 대통령님께서는 다음 일정으로 인해 먼저 퇴장하시겠습니다. 대통령님을 큰 박수로 환송해 주시기 바랍니다. Mr. President needs to depart due to prior commitments, but please give him a warm farewell with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, from now on, We have the pleasure of hearing from government representatives attending this Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting as they deliver their statements, some in person, some through technology, through a video, some online. Technology has offered us very different methods of meeting our various representatives. First up, we would like to welcome the Excellency Catherine Tai, United States Trade Representative, onto the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sun, for your kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. This is my second time in Seoul as the U.S. Trade Representative, and I continue to be amazed by its vibrancy and its beauty. On behalf of President Biden and the United States, let me thank our hosts, President Yoon Suk-yeol and Minister Park, for their leadership this week as co-hosts of this summit. I would also like to express our deepest gratitude for Korea's willingness to carry this initiative forward. President Biden and President Yoon announced this week that the Republic of Korea will organize the next Summit for Democracy, and we deeply appreciate that Korea will continue convening the democracies of the world to promote freedom and opportunity. Democracy is what serves and lifts our communities. It safeguards our liberty, delivers inclusive prosperity, and unleashes the human potential necessary to meet the challenges of our time. In short, democracy is what enables people to flourish. And that is why this summit is critical for our shared future. Together, we are building on the momentum from the first summit to demonstrate how we are delivering on our commitments and defending democratic institutions and freedoms. For our part, the United States is announcing significant new funding and policy commitments under the Presidential Initiative for Democratic Renewal, especially to advance technology for democracy and to defend against digital authoritarianism. Lifting up democracy is not just a responsibility of governments. It is a whole of society effort. The private sector plays an important role in fostering transparency and accountability in their business activity and in their supply chains. And civil society is critical in exposing corruption and advocating for reform. On that note, I want to acknowledge Cynthia Gabriel from the Center to Combat Corruption and Cronyism in Malaysia, who is joining us today. The State Department recognized her in December with an Anti-Corruption Champion Award. Thank you, Cynthia, for your courage and dedication. I also want to acknowledge the presence and participation in today's program of the brave, brilliant, and mighty Maria Ressa. The reason why people like Cynthia and Maria are so integral to the fight to defend democracy is because, as President Biden said, corruption eats away at the foundations of democratic societies. It undermines public trust and denies government the resources to provide security and foster economic opportunity for citizens. It distorts economies, disrupts supply chains, and stifles innovation. Corruption creates a safe harbor for drug cartels, human traffickers, money launderers, and other criminals. It aids autocratic regimes and threatens our collective security. And that is why from day one, President Biden has put the fight against corruption at the center of his national security and foreign policy. He launched the first U.S. national strategy on countering corruption. It provides a framework for U.S. agencies to work domestically and internationally to fight corruption and related crimes. This includes countering money laundering and terrorist financing, increasing the transparency of corporate structures, preventing the misuse of the real estate sector, and addressing the risks posed by financial gatekeepers. We are also working with our partners in the Financial Action Task Force and other fora on these issues. And this week, the United States, together with more than 20 summit partners, is launching a high-level commitment, the the Summit for Democracy, Commitment on Beneficial Ownership, and the Misuse of Legal Entities. We invite all of our summit partners to join us in endorsing this commitment. It will help all of us safeguard our financial systems from those who conceal their illicit conduct through the misuse of shell companies and other legal structures. But strong safeguards are not enough. We must also hold corrupt actors accountable. International cooperation is essential to effective enforcement, and the United States and Korea know this well. Through years of close cooperation, we have recovered substantial corruption proceeds and assisted each other in antitrust, fraud, and bid rigging investigations that have resulted in indictments, convictions, and millions in penalties and restitution. This kind of collaboration goes beyond our bilateral work. This year is the 20th anniversary of the UN Convention Against Corruption. In December, the United States will host the 10th Conference of the States Parties, which will convene the 189 state parties to the convention to advance anti-corruption initiatives and identify shared priorities. We look forward to welcoming you to Atlanta for that conference. Additionally, as the United States hosts the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum this year, we recognize the importance of anti-corruption efforts to promoting inclusive economic growth and leveling the playing field for our workers and our businesses. Through APEC, we are elevating anti-corruption as a regional priority to enhance informal anti-corruption practitioner networks, raise the importance of addressing foreign and domestic bribery, and engage with stakeholders. We are also using our regional economic engagement to prioritize anti-corruption, including through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity. Specifically, the Indo-Pacific Framework will include provisions on preventing and combating corruption and related financial crimes, improving tax administration, and increasing cooperation and capacity building on these issues. These commitments are essential to ensure that more people throughout the Indo-Pacific share the benefits of trade and commerce. In closing, I want to emphasize that all of this work is truly a partnership. This summit created 15 democracy cohorts, which bring together government and civil society to address practical issues affecting democracy, ranging from labor rights to election integrity to anti-corruption. I encourage all of our partners to join these cohorts to further our work on these important issues. Our work is not only to see change today, it is for a freer and fairer tomorrow. The United States is committed to this endeavor, and we look forward to continuing this partnership with you in the years ahead. Thank all of you for your devotion and commitment.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. May I echo your commitment and your acknowledgement of the fighters for democracy who are with us today and who you will hear more about in the afternoon, including my dear friend Maria Ressa. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Next, we will have the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Her Excellency Retno Marsudi. Could I invite her onto the stage? Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Minister Park, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to discuss how to ensure democracy works and delivers. I would like to echo the pre-recorded statement of my president yesterday at the second Summit for Democracy. For democracy works and deliver, first, it has to be inclusive. And second, it must deliver peace and stability, and not the opposite, deepening rivalry. Democracy must also bring welfare to the people, and we can achieve this if we eradicate corruption. Colleagues, no country is free from corruption, including democratic ones. Corruption can undermine the most established democracies, eroding trust in democratic institutions. Corruption also jeopardizes sustainable development. According to WEF, corruption costs up to US $2.6 trillion annually, for above US $40 billion we need annually to end hunger by 2030. Indeed, democracies are generally regarded as the least corrupt nations. They occupy most of the places in Corruption Perception Index. However, the challenges of democracy to fight corruption are huge that needs hard work. What we need is not just any democracy, but a strong and healthy one that applies the highest level of vigilance against corruption. Three things are key to achieve this goal. First, respecting the supremacy of law. This means no one can be above the law. Everyone will be held accountable for their actions. Together, democracy and rule of law can end impunity for corruption. To that end, anti-corruption bodies must be strengthened to carry out their oversight function effectively. Second, engaging the public in fighting corruption. Democracy enables inclusive participation of society in good governance. The public's role is critical to identify and report corruption cases. This can only happen because democracy provides a space for government criticism and media freedom. And third, fostering global collaboration against corruption. Colleagues, we cannot fight corruption alone, especially when it involves vast quantity of assets and multiple national jurisdictions. Our cooperation must extend beyond information sharing and capacity building. We must consider arrangement on mutual legal assistance and extradition and remove barriers for asset recovery. No country should provide safe haven for corruption and their assets. This is where democracy should come in to ignite the spirit of cooperation rather than animosity. Colleagues, democracy and good governance are two sides of the same coin. They must reinforce each other if we want to fight corruption. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Simon Kofe, Minister for Justice, Communication, and Foreign Affairs of Tuvalu, to address us with his remarks. Thank you.
My colleague ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Before delivering Tuvalu's country statement, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Korea for hosting this important event and extending such a warm hospitality. The issue of corruption is a matter that strikes at the very heart of our community. Corruption harms our families, our friends, and our neighbors, and it undermines our collective efforts to build a fair and just society. Tuvalu, a small island nation in the Pacific, has a rich cultural heritage that upholds values such as responsibility, respect, honesty, and integrity. As a community-based society, we value the well-being of the collective above all else. It is in this spirit that every individual is mindful of their actions and their potential impacts on others. These traditional values are essential in the fight against corruption, from the lowest levels to the highest echelons of power. While laws and policies have their place in addressing corruption, the traditional Tuvaluan approach has always been centered on self-governance and individual responsibility to do what is right. Thus, a values-based approach is essential in our efforts to stamp out corruption and promote a fair, just, and equitable society for all. By upholding ethical and moral principles in our culture, we can ensure that our policies and laws reflect our values. The Tuvalu foreign policy, for example, recognizes that in today's interconnected world, our values and culture can enhance our global relationships. A values-based approach to international relations highlights the well-being of present and future generations and the responsibility of individual states to achieve this well-being. At times, this approach necessitates that individual nations strike a delicate balance between their own national interest and the greater good of the global community. For example, the current climate crisis demands that leaders transcend their immediate political and economic concerns and make choices that benefit all of humanity. As a responsible member of the global community, Tuvalu recognizes the need for decisive action to mitigate the impacts of climate change, even if it entails some short-term sacrifices. It is our collective responsibility to safeguard the planet for future generations, and we must prioritize the greater good over immediate interests. Furthermore, Tuvalu has launched the Digital Nation Initiative to future-proof our governance and administrative systems in the face of the climate crisis. We are currently exploring decentralized network systems that can provide greater security and privacy for citizens, as decentralized systems such as blockchain use cryptography to secure transactions and provide transparency, making it difficult for any party to manipulate or corrupt the system. Decentralized systems have the power to revolutionize our approach to fighting corruption and advancing integrity across all sectors. By breaking down traditional centralized structures and shifting power to individuals, we can create a more transparent and accountable society. Decentralization empowers citizens and provides greater security and privacy, ensuring that individuals have control over their own data and information. This not only promotes individual sovereignty, but also fosters a culture of honesty and openness. By embracing decentralized systems, we can establish more accessible, secure, and honest platforms for all, driving us towards a future where corruption is not only discouraged, but actively eradicated. Excellencies, in conclusion, I wish to leave you with a quote from the book of James, chapter 1, verse 5, and it says, I quote, "Then after desire has conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it is fully grown, gives birth to death." End of quote. This verse highlights the fact that corruption does not simply appear out of nowhere, but starts as a seed in the heart. It begins with a desire for personal gain or power, and eventually grows into full-blown corruption, affecting not only the individual, but also those around them. Therefore, it is essential that we address corruption at its root and recognize the importance of individual responsibility in promoting integrity and honesty. We must examine our own hearts and motivations and take actions to ensure that we do not contribute to the cycle of corruption. Each of us has a role to play in building a fair and just society, and it starts with personal accountability and a commitment to ethical and moral principles. Let us take action today to sow seeds of integrity and honesty and work towards a future where corruption has no place in our communities. Faftailasi Tuvalu Moderator.
Thank you, Minister, for your words encouraging us to strengthen our commitment to democracy. Next, from Australia, we have a pre-recorded video clip. Let us meet Her Excellency Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia, through the video clip.
Good morning, ministers, friends and civil society participants. I'm honoured to speak to you this morning from Australia. And let me first pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the land I am on, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. Thank you, Foreign Minister Park Jin and the Republic of Korea, for convening this meeting on challenges and progress in addressing corruption. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the United States on this year's summit and commend the co-hosts, Costa Rica, the Netherlands and Zambia, for their efforts to strengthen democratic institutions and resilience around the world. I'm pleased to see so many civil society participants in this forum. Civil society can strengthen democracy and hold governments to account. Australians cherish our democracy and understand that democracy depends on public trust in the integrity of our political system. At last year's election, Australians voted resoundingly for a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Australia is also establishing a Strengthening Democracy Task Force to identify concrete initiatives to bolster Australia's democratic resilience and enhance trust among citizens and between citizens and governments. As the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said, even some of the oldest, most stable democracies have come under attack from a whole range of corrosive, insidious forces. No one is immune. As governments, we have an obligation to maintain the trust of the people while strengthening our democratic principles. These principles of transparency and accountability also contribute to the role Australia wants to play in the world and in shaping the region we want. We need transparency and accountability to preserve an order respectful of international law, rules and norms. Our approach in the Indo-Pacific includes working with partners to strengthen governance and accountability, supporting elections, promoting gender equality, diversity and inclusion, and supporting civil society organisations and voices. This is part of Australia's approach in the Pacific family, where we work in partnership to strengthen electoral commissions, conduct anti-corruption and cybercrime training, and to build capacity in the law and justice sector. And I want to acknowledge that a number of ministerial colleagues from the Pacific are attending today. I wanted to finish by mentioning that the Pacific Islands Forum members recently gathered together in Fiji for a special leaders retreat and Talanoa, a process of inclusive and participatory dialogue in the Pacific Way. It's where we share perspectives as fellow democracies and come together to make decisions in our collective interests as stewards of the Blue Pacific. Even elsewhere in the region, where countries have different political systems, we still share an interest in avoiding one country dominating or any country being dominated. We see how democratic principles can work in an international context. We are all sovereign nations, but we freely come together to solve problems together. It is up to all of us, including small and medium-sized countries like my own, to create the kind of world to which we aspire: stable, peaceful, prosperous, and respectful of sovereignty. We can navigate our shared challenges best when we do it together, through regional and multilateral organisations, with transparency and accountability. So thank you again, Foreign Minister Park Jin, for inviting me here today. Thank you to my ministerial colleagues, and I wish you best of luck with the remainder of the summit.
Thank you for the message. Also from Japan, we have a pre-recorded video clip. We'll be meeting and hearing from His Excellency Yoshimasa Hayashi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, through the video.
Distinguished participants, first, I would like to congratulate the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting of the Second Summit for Democracy under the leadership of Foreign Minister Park. It is extremely important to discuss anti-corruption at today's meeting on democracy. The corruption undermines democratic institutions and values and causes distortions to the rule of law and economic and social development. It not only results in a loss of trust in government and damage to corporate reputations and credibility, but leads to spread of organized crime and terrorism, putting sustainable development at risk. Japan has contributed to anti-corruption efforts as a responsible member of the international community. As a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council and the G7 President for this year, Japan has been working to maintain and strengthen the free and open international order based on the rule of law. In January, I hosted an open debate of the UN Security Council under the theme of rule of law among nations. During the session, we also discussed the importance of reducing corruption and creating a level playing field. Also in 2021, Japan hosted the 14th UN Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice and worked on the adopting of the Kyoto Declaration. The declaration affirmed the commitment to the strengthening of the rule of law, including ending impunity for corruption, technical assistance, and information exchange. In our effort to address corruption and achieve the rule of law, Japan attaches importance to rulemaking through dialogue and a human-centered approach. In that spirit, we provide assistance tailored to the actual conditions in each country with a focus on the Indo-Pacific. UNOFA, the UN Asia and Far East Institute for the Prevention of Crime and the Treatment of Offenders in Tokyo, has provided training for crime prevention and criminal justice practitioners and supported building of international expert network. For instance, in order to support efforts to establish the rule of law and good governance in Southeast Asian countries and to promote mutual understanding and cooperation among the countries, the regional seminar on good governance for Southeast Asian countries has been held annually since 2007. Democracy is reinforced through continuous and tireless efforts, including the fight against corruption. Japan stands with people who pursue such endeavors. To this end, Japan will further promote our approach to the areas where we have expertise and continue to contribute to the realization of a corruption-free, transparent, and fair economy and society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your video message. Very important message, strengthening the rule of law. While we very much appreciate the video messages that were sent, we are always delighted to welcome some of our honored guests here in person. Next is one of these honored guests. We would like to invite His Excellency Hamid Khail, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Maldives, up to the stage to give us his remarks. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to address this esteemed gathering of the regional meeting for the second summit for democracy on the theme of challenges and progress in addressing corruption. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea for their warm hospitality and for providing this platform for dialogue on issues vital to the democratic world. Today, I'm proud to report on the progress we have made in addressing corruption in the Maldives, as well as the challenges that we continue to face in this regard. Excellencies, as a young democracy, the Maldives is no stranger to the challenges of combating corruption. We have seen firsthand how corruption erodes public trust, undermines the rule of law, and hinders economic progress. Tracking corruption is a top priority for the government of President Ibrahim Mohamed Saleh. Our efforts to fight corruption have been multifaceted. We have established a zero-tolerance campaign on corruption during the first 100 days of this administration. The campaign involves strengthening our legal and institutional frameworks, promoting transparency, and encouraging public participation. We have also launched a whistleblower portal allowing individuals to report complaints anonymously, and we have enacted the Whistleblower Protection Act in 2019, providing protection for those who report corruption and other actions in contravention of the law. This effort has become a critical tool for promoting transparency and accountability while the government and other institutions. Excellencies, the role of media in weeding out corruption cannot be overemphasized. The Maldives is an active member of the Media Freedom Coalition and Freedom Online Coalition. We strongly believe that the media serves as an important ally in the fight against corruption. Therefore, it is essential to lend our support and protect the freedom of the press to ensure its effectiveness. Journalists can act as watchdogs, shining light on corruption, on corrupt practices, and informing the public. One of the very first actions that the current administration took was to abolish the Defamation Act. The abolition of the Defamation Act has become a significant step forward in promoting freedom of press and enabling journalists to investigate and report on corruption without fear of retribution. Furthermore, the Maldives has also ratified several international conventions and treaties related to anti-corruption, including the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. Excellencies, during the summit in 2021, nearly 750 commitments were announced by the participating governments. They were aimed at strengthening and safeguarding democracies at home and abroad. The Maldives also made strong commitments focusing on a range of issues, including increasing the representation of women in decision-making, strengthening the legal framework, and strengthening civil society participation in our democratic journey. Cognizant of the fact that civil society plays a vital role in strengthening democracy and to hold government accountable, the Maldives has also made sure that there is ample space for civil society engagement in our efforts towards building a strong and resilient democracy. These commitments are guided by our strong These commitments are guided by our strong desire to provide a better future for our citizens. Excellencies, we are fully committed to implement these pledges. However, to fully realize these strong commitments, international collaboration is crucial. Despite the many efforts of the government to combat corruption, there are still significant shortcomings in the country's anti-corruption framework. The lack of resources, including financial, technical, and human capacity, is a significant challenge that hinders effective anti-corruption efforts. However, we are confident that with the support of the international community, we can continue to make progress in this important area. We are committed to working with our partners to share best practice and lessons learned, and to build strong partnership that will help us achieve our goals. Excellencies, let me once again reiterate our unwavering commitment to the fight against corruption. We will spare no effort in ensuring that our country is free from this scourge. Eliminating corruption will not happen overnight, but we must remain hopeful and steadfast in this fight. We owe it to ourselves and future generations to build a society free from corruption, where every individual has a fair opportunity to reach their full potential. This is precisely why the significance of this summit cannot be overemphasized. This summit, I am certain, will pave the road for stronger democracies throughout the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we have from Mongolia, His Excellency Kishiji Nyamatar, Minister of Justice and Internal Affairs.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for bringing us together to organize the Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting on Challenges and Progress in Addressing Corruption. I am confident that the government, private sectors, and civil societies will evaluate the progress of the work in the field of fighting corruption and have an effective discussion about future measures to prevent and fight against corruption during today's meeting. Corruption is considered as a socially negative phenomenon that needs to be regulated in every state existing in today's world. Due to a variety of historical, linguistic, cultural, custom, and legal norms differences of states, it is difficult to establish a universal model for combat against corruption. States found their ways to prevent, enlighten, and fight against impediment called corruption. Corruption, armed conflict, and insecurity are main obstacles to achieving sustainable development goals, as well as misuse, embezzlement, and stealing from state budget funds have seriously harmful impact on delimitation of required funding necessary to exercise power of state authorities with functions of protecting the public, adhering rule of law, and maintaining peace. In regard to Mongolia, it is lasting political, social, and economic adverse impacts of the previous system during 32 years since its political, social, and economic transitions were made. Specifically, politically exposed persons have potential involvement in bribery and taking advantage have aggravated the corruption. Therefore, the government of Mongolia required to combat against corruption with its origin and become a challenge fighting with long-lasting crisis or corruption or conflict of interest has become hard and demanded task for the government. The government of Mongolia initiated many different measures in regard to against corruption and abuse of power and reducing bureaucracy. The government of Mongolia declared year 2013 and 2022 as the year of fighting against corruption in order to protect public interest by ensuring human rights, by supporting private sectors and improving economic benefits of the basis of stopping corruption in all levels as fostering an attitude of implacability and zero tolerance towards corruption and illegal activities through public support and participation, and taking multifaceted social, economic, legal, and organizational measures to eliminate the main factors that impede development of the state. In the framework of this work, 5 activities combating against corruption, namely whistle, broom, bird, extradition, glass, have been started comprehensively implemented. Moreover, within scope of legal environment improvement for the sphere of cyber development, communication and information technology, particularly in order to create legal environment for digital information security, the set of laws such as law on transparency of public information, law on protection of personal information, and law on electronic signatures have been discussed at the regular sessions of the Parliament and duly adopted. For the implementation of set norms, the conditions to be transparent are met through digitalizing documents and providing more information by the government that could be transparent and providing public services not requiring information from citizens, which the state already has. In addition, by freely providing digital signatures to every 16-year-old citizens of Mongolia, it creates the basis for rejecting the use of paper-based documents, and individuals, legal entities, or government organizations can use digital signatures to transfer and exchange information, increase the number of contracts and transactions in electronic forms. In order to make transparent the company governments, draft law on state and local owned companies was developed and submitted to the parliament. It covers regulations such as state and local authorities be able to establish a company for purpose of implementing large-scale projects that are important for certain fields, economic and social developments only with basis of estimation and relevant studies, or for the purpose to operate in public service. Draft includes requirements for the basis of structure to appropriately redistribute wealth, building wealth under equal conditions, and use of same rules as the private sector entities. Moreover, it prohibits state intervention as limiting fair competition in those sectors where state participation not required and private entities could operate on the basis of the market principle or avoid business risks. In addition, there have been defined the selection of the professional, competent, and independent management team of state and local-owned companies required and formed by externally controlled members, and their rights, obligations, responsibilities, reporting, and transparency of activities also determined. Additionally, the draft law on whistleblowers has submitted to the Parliament. Adoption of the draft law will support, protect, encourage whistleblowers for the public's interest and will prevent from any actions that may worsen their legal status or in case activities of public authorities and private economic entities were criticized, reported, and exposed. The draft law on transparency in extractive industries and law on financing political parties, revised version of the draft law on press freedom were developed and being prepared to be submitted to the Parliament. Chapter of Criminal Code that regulating crimes against corruption, abuse of power were addressed entirely as developing amendments with clarification of the nature of certain defined of crimes included in this group. Within the development of these law drafts, with aim to increase economic efficiency, we mind to learn from the best practices of the other states in the field of digitizing public service and willing to cooperate in this context. The result of the above-mentioned work will not be immediately apparent in the short term, although we are sure that it will be a decisive step toward building a human, civic, and democratic society with fairness, respect of human rights, and moral approach with improved economic fundamental indications. In conclusion, the government of Mongolia wishes to expand its effort as cooperating in the field of judiciary and law enforcement operations under the relevant legislative and international agreements to which Mongolia is a party with aim to combat against corruption or abuse of power, as repatriating corrupt figures fled to abroad, uncovering the return illegal funds hidden in offshore areas of foreign jurisdictions, and seeks support of the states. Thank you for your attention and best wishes for the...
Thank you, Minister. Next, we have from the Philippines, Undersecretary for Civilian Security and Consular Affairs, His Excellency Jesus Gary S. Domingo.
Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the government and the people of the Philippines. I would like to join our colleagues in expressing our gratitude to Minister Park Jin and the government of Korea for their leadership, vision, and warm hospitality in hosting the Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting of the Second Summit for Democracy. I am pleased to be here today to reaffirm our country's commitment to promoting democracy and the rule of law through our unwavering and strengthened resolve
to fight corruption. Just as democracy requires constant work, so do our efforts in addressing corruption. Corruption has been so pervasive for so long. One could say it is a crime as old as humanity. The reality is we cannot not address corruption. It is a social malady which sets back any attempt to bring truly sustainable peace, prosperity, and security to our peoples, magnifying inequality. For this reason, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, since he assumed office, has adopted measures to reinvent our bureaucracy and included bureaucratic efficiency in his 8-point socio-economic agenda. He continues to enjoin government officials to be vigilant against corruption, emphasizing that a more agile and responsive bureaucracy would allow us to address the growing needs of the Filipino people and afford each one the opportunity to lead meaningful and dignified lives. Both structure and agent are critical in our fight against corruption. Over the years, the Philippines has put forward initiatives to ensure fair, efficient, and accountable delivery of services whereby all peoples shall have access to basic needs without discrimination. The Philippines recognizes the importance of an approach that integrates sound legislation, greater transparency and accountability, aided by technology and the institutionalized participation of an active and engaged citizenry and civil society, and sustained investments to build not only the leadership and management capabilities of public officials, but a culture of integrity and professionalism within our government offices. Some of the key legislation that provide the backbone for the Philippines' fight against corruption include the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, which criminalizes bribery, extortion, abuse of office, and conflicts of interest that lead the moral compass of public servants astray. This is complemented by the revised Corporation Code, which penalizes graft and corruption in the private sector and retaliation against whistleblowers. The Philippine Government Procurement and Reform Act, which requires the presence of civil society observers in local and national government bidding procedures in public procurement. Next, we have the Anti-Red Tape Act and Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act. We have also the Seal of Good Local Governance Act, which institutionalizes a recognition-based program to encourage accountability and better delivery of public services by local governments, and the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees and its implementing rules. To further promote transparency, the Philippines initiated the Freedom of Information Acceleration Program, which facilitates access to information in 61 local governments. We also developed the eFOI portal and mobile app as a means for the public to request information from 570 participating government agencies. Capitalizing on the use of digital technologies, the Philippines is likewise implementing Project DIME, or Digital Information for Monitoring and Evaluation. Project DIME is considered a high-impact program and an anti-corruption mechanism that enables citizens to monitor and validate completion of big-ticket infrastructure projects using satellite imaging, drones, geotagging, and LiDAR technology. In the spirit of inclusive governance, the Philippines institutionalized citizen participation in the audit process through the Citizen Participatory Audit, or CPA, program of our Commission on Audit. This initiative has become a model for supreme audit institutions around the world, with 12 countries looking into implementing their own version as of early 2022. The Philippines has also adopted an integrity management program to develop a culture of integrity and improve trust and confidence in the government by reducing corruption vulnerabilities in service delivery, institutional leadership, human resource management and development, financial, procurement and asset management, internal reporting, investigation, and corruption risk management. To enforce existing laws, rules, and regulations, established Philippine institutions, including the Office of the Ombudsman, the Sandigan Bayan, and the Office of the Deputy Executive Secretary for Legal Affairs, continue to determine the causes of inefficiency and corruption, investigate and prosecute allegations, and make recommendations for their elimination to ensure high standards of ethics and efficiency in government. Beyond our borders, we find strength and reinforcement through international platforms that allow exchange of best practices and joint and parallel efforts in combating corruption, as well as international cooperation in addressing the gaps in and safeguarding our internal processes. Of the 187 states parties to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, or UNCAC, the Philippines became the second country in Southeast Asia and the fifth country in Asia to ratify the convention in 2006, a clear demonstration of our firm intent to fight corruption in all its forms, at all levels of government. We have established a presidential UNCAC interagency committee to oversee the review and implementation of the convention in the Philippines. In 2011, we co-founded the Open Government Partnership, or OGP, to promote transparency and accountability, empower citizens, fight corruption, and harness new technologies to enhance governance. We congratulate the United States, Spain, and Kenya as they take on important roles in the OGP Steering Committee beginning 1 October 2023. We reiterate our commitment to work with partners in the Asia-Pacific region and around the world in making open government reform programs work in support of our respective national development agendas. The fight against corruption will provide impetus for a fair, efficient, accountable, and transparent government institution which will deliver sustainable development for all our peoples. Thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Now, from the Philippines, but representing the Republic of Palau, is His Excellency Keith Sugiyama, Charge d'Affaires of the Republic of Palau to the Philippines. May I invite him onto the stage? Thank you.
Ali, warm greetings from the people of the Republic of Palau. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for Palau to be part of the Second Summit for Democracy. At the onset, I applaud and compliment the Republic of Korea for hosting this event, for its organization, and for what it means, the commitment to come together and fight against corruption. Corruption is a crime against democracy. It's a crime against human rights, and it exists everywhere. Although in varied nature and extent, from one nation to another, even in those perceived to be cleaner parts of the world. It is eroding our people's trust in public institutions and political processes. It is undermining the healthy functions of markets and fair competition, which stresses the poorest the hardest. It is straining already tight public budgets and diverting public resources to the pockets of corrupted individuals. Corruption, Excellency, should not be tolerated and should be stopped. Corruption, although difficult to tackle, is a problem we cannot afford to ignore. Fighting it should be a priority, and although the path may be steep, it is not impossible. We call for stronger political engagement at all levels to push for vigorous enforcement of laws on corruption and concrete actions to effectively tackle systemic problems related to corruption. We owe at least our democracies to our respective founding fathers. They built the foundations of our governments, laying out what were becoming independent nations of the world. Our democratic nations were built to protect our people's inalienable rights, life, the liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Excellencies, our democracies were achieved where competition and peaceful cooperation were the results of the market, and everyone had the chance according to the rules and regulations. We believe that in the 21st century, as democratic nations, we have done it all. We have walked the line carefully and effectively between research monograph and classroom text. We have walked the line carefully and effectively between normative advocacy and objective scholarship, and we have walked the line carefully and effectively between democratic theory and empirical reality. The Summit for Democracy is founded on renewing democracy, that being essential to meeting the unprecedented challenges of our time. Let it also be a means to helping all of us reclaim our democracies by committing to putting collective strength into action to revitalize, consolidate, and strengthen an international-based rules order that delivers equitable, sustainable development for all people, to deepen international cooperation, and to further accelerate progress to the 2030 agendas and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As individual democratic nations, let us preserve and promote the dignity and fundamental rights of each individual. Let us reclaim our societies in which we are all equal and complementary, and let us claim our democracies for our people. Thank you very much. Kumpuan Masulang.
Thank you very much. Next, we have another video message from India. We would like to invite and meet and hear from His Excellency Surabhi Kumar, Secretary East of the Ministry of External Affairs of the Republic of India.
Excellency Minister Park, distinguished ministers and participants from other countries. Corruption poses a serious challenge to democracy and social justice. It is a complex phenomenon with social, political, and economic dimensions. Its effect is the greatest on the poorest and the most marginalized. Government of India has been pursuing an approach of zero tolerance towards corruption. Its eradication, of course, is not easy. Our three-pronged strategy includes: 1, an effective legislative framework and network of institutions; 2, strong institutional oversight and law enforcement; and 3, a fair and independent judiciary. An independent constitutional body audits public accounts of the government and oversees public spending. Its reports are laid in Parliament, establishing the accountability of the executive. Within the purview of the executive, independent bodies such as the Central Vigilance Commission act as a deterrent. An independent ombudsman in the form of Lokpal was brought to life and operationalized in March 2019. Lokpal is statutorily mandated to directly receive and process complaints against certain public servants under the Prevention of Corruption Act, 1988. Not only have the existing anti-corruption laws been amended, but new legislations have also been put in place to strengthen the legal framework. The substantive laws for prevention of corruption thus ensure that the hydra of corruption is combated effectively. For example, taking bribery with due protection to those who cooperate in reporting it, and creating clear liability for corporate sector in case of bribing public servants. The Right to Information Act of 2005 has become a powerful and effective tool for the common man. It allows any citizen to seek information from any public authority and provides statutory timelines. This has enhanced transparency in governance. Giving priority to citizen-centric governance, the government is continuously simplifying processes and procedures. Delivery of services have been digitized to minimize human interference. This has not only helped citizens, but has increased transparency and consequently prevented leakages. Our unique digital identification system, Aadhaar, and financial inclusion efforts have facilitated direct transfer of welfare benefits to citizens. Initiatives such as e-tendering in public procurements and government procurement through e-marketplace have also been instrumental in bringing objectivity and clarity. In addition to domestic efforts, it is important to prevent the transfer of proceeds of corruption overseas and strengthen international cooperation against money laundering. Recently, the G20 countries under India's chairship deliberated on bringing in processes through which fugitive economic offenders can be tracked and extradited quickly. India has also been at the forefront of collective efforts to implement the FATF anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing standards. India's G20 presidency is also working towards prioritizing recovery and return of stolen assets. I conclude by emphasizing that India stands with fellow democracies in addressing the menace of corruption. Our effort to strengthen democratic values are ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite His Excellency Alphonse Ishoda, Ambassador of the Republic of Marshall Islands to the Republic of Korea, to share his country's examples of anti-corruption and democracy efforts. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister Park, your fellow ministers, and your co-host. It's always an honor to stand in front of fellow colleagues to discuss issues of importance to our global endeavor. As a state, a member of the global community, we have a duty and obligation to do our part to root out corruption in our country and across our region, including in the world. As you can see, I was not expected to speak this morning, but Minister, I will do my best to join in the others in delivering a brief remark. Coming in towards the end of this program also helps me because everyone has said all the most important things to be said about combating corruption. But I want to just briefly highlight a few things, particularly from the case of the Marshall Islands. The Marshall Islands has 4 branches in its government: the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, and perhaps one of the more critical one, the traditional system. Our traditional system has always been the oversight to allow equities around the community members. And without equity, corruption becomes, we become vulnerable to corruption. So whether it is within a state through, say, bribery to senior officials, to what I like to call designer's corruption, which is the lack of enabling environment to protect the most vulnerable amongst us. And the good minister from Tuvalu mentioned that through our efforts to fight for our survival through climate change. Denying countries the ability to exist in the future is, in our view, another form of denying our existence or corrupting our ability to exist in the future. So with those few words, Madam Minister, colleagues, good morning, and I wish and bid you all a very good meeting this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think the challenge you face may be even greater for our final speaker, who is His Excellency Don Bennett, Ambassador of New Zealand to the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, could I invite you up to the stage?
Ngā mihi mahana ki o koto katoa, mai I tuku whenua o Aotearoa. Warm greetings to you all from my home country of New Zealand. Nō reira, tēnā koto katoa. Greetings to you all. Minister Park, Ministers, Excellencies, other distinguished attendees. I greet you in Te Reo Māori, the language of the Indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and one of our national languages. On behalf of the Government of New Zealand, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Government of the Republic of Korea for hosting this regional conference on anti-corruption as part of the Summit for Democracy. As our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, stated in our national statement yesterday, New Zealand is proud to participate in the summit process, which we regard as an important initiative to advance collective action in support of democracy. New Zealand is committed to contributing to global efforts to combat corruption through sustained political will and decisive action at all levels. Corruption is an international problem that damages democratic institutions and the social fabric of societies wherever it takes root. It weakens the delivery of essential services, undermines the rule of law, and erodes justice, and contributes to other domestic and transnational crimes, such as trafficking in people, weapons, and drugs. It is also bad for business, distorting prices, reducing competitiveness, introducing uncertainty and risk into markets, and eroding fair and transparent business practices. When it involves the public sector, it can divert resources away from key priorities such as education, health, and infrastructure, which in turn impacts economic and social development. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we view these challenges in terms of kaitiakitanga, a concept drawn from Māori culture that loosely translates to guardianship. We all have a role as representatives of our governments or organisations to be kaitiaki, or guardians of our people, our place and our world. As kaitiaki, we strive to ensure we leave behind a world that is better than how we found it. Corruption directly prevents us from doing this. In New Zealand, we are proud to have consistently ranked either first or second in Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index for the last 10 years and more. We are proud that people who live in New Zealand, work in New Zealand, and invest or do business in New Zealand trust that our laws will protect their rights and freedoms. However, we are not complacent. Preventing and combating corruption requires ongoing work and constant vigilance. We are working continuously to strengthen our anti-corruption laws and practices. Our Serious Fraud Office, New Zealand's government agency leading fraud prevention efforts in the public sector, is developing a system-wide national financial crime and corruption strategy, which is likely to include an end-to-end financial crime and corruption, education, prevention, detection, and prosecution system. The private sector also has an important role to play in addressing this global problem. Effective internal controls, ethics and compliance programs, including a clearly articulated anti-corruption policy, are essential to minimise or prevent corruption, or the perception of corruption, within any organisation, along with the costs, legal consequences and reputational damage associated with this. Internationally, we are committed to supporting other countries in their fight against corruption. We are working alongside multilateral organisations, networks and non-governmental organisations, such as Transparency International, in these efforts. The New Zealand Police and Serious Fraud Office are both part of the International Anti-Corruption Coordination Centre, which provides coordinated support to law enforcement agencies investigating corruption offences. Regionally, our partnership with the Pacific Islands Forum and UN Office on Drugs and Crime to implement the Te Iniwa vision supports coordinated action against corruption. We also provide considerable assistance to national anti-corruption efforts in the Pacific, supporting civil society engagement and the strengthening of national parliaments, audit offices, and the public service and justice sectors. Many of the democracy cohorts during the year of action grappled with anti-corruption challenges as part of their work, either directly or indirectly. One of these, in which New Zealand participated, was the Elections Integrity Cohort, which led to the establishment of the Global Network for Securing Electoral Integrity. Free and fair elections are closely linked to the fight against corruption. As such, our Prime Minister was pleased to announce in our national statement yesterday that New Zealand will commit a further New Zealand $6 million to support electoral integrity and election management bodies in the Pacific. This will complement our existing governance work in the region, supporting partners in the promotion of transparency and accountability in national election processes, which are the foundation of democratic governance. To conclude, New Zealand remains committed to combating corruption and sustaining political commitment against this international problem. I would like to thank our hosts for highlighting this important issue and for bringing together this vibrant community to advance collective action in support of democracy and democratic governance. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Ambassador Bennett. Thank you to all the ministers and ambassadors for sharing such diverse and important stories about rooting out corruption and protecting democracy. Let me add that while there was no statement shared with us, Tonga, Papua New Guinea, and Nepal are also participating in this meeting. Now, so far we have heard about the current situation in our individual countries. It is now time to turn our eyes to the future. In an award ceremony for a video and art competition that engaged youth. This contest focused on young people's role in anti-corruption efforts and consisted of two sections, a video section with a topic of the transparent world through young people's eyes, anti-corruption technology, and a fine arts section on the theme of the world without corruption we desire. The competition attracted much interest and support, and 300 pieces from 65 countries were submitted. Now, we have a little video showing the pieces selected as the best awards.
We, the youth, can have a significant influence in holding governments responsible and ensuring that assets are used equitably and effectively.
How does this work? They are using online whistleblowing platforms, mobile apps, crowdsourcing websites, and social networks to report cases of corruption, compile relevant statements, collaborate, and share valuable information. In addition, emerging technologies such as AI and blockchain are being used to cross data and expose corruption globally. Join the fight against corruption. Share this video, talk to your friends and family on how we can fight it.
Take a stand, it's never too early. You have the tool in your hands to raise your phones with me. Capture the injustices of the modern society. Share the message with the world with your platforms that you have.
Thank you very much. If any of the work is any indication, we have a very bright future waiting for us ahead. Now, let me invite again up to the stage Your Excellency Minister Park Jin to present the best awards to the first place winners here today. And let me invite the winner of each category to the stage. As we have seen in the video, the first place in the video category is David Augustine from the Philippines. Yes, great. I would also like to invite the first place winner in the art category, who is Ms. Gabrielle Litze Kineshgualavisi from Ecuador. Please come forward onto the stage. Minister Park will be awarding the first prize in the video contest. If I could read what is on the plaque, it says, "You are awarded this award for winning the first prize in the youth video contest hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the occasion of the Second Democratic Summit, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Park Jin, March 30th, 2023. Congratulations. Now the first prize winner in the art category. The plaque actually says pretty much the same thing, but we are also congratulating Ms. Gabrielle Litze Kineshgualavisi for her excellent prize and excellent work. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners and all the young people who participated in this competition. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Okay. Yep, I think with the photographers, we are now done with the ceremony. Distinguished guests, time flies, but it is now time to wrap up the open ceremony of the Second Summit for Democracy, the Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. I'd like to extend a warm thank you for everyone who attended the ceremony here, as well as a lot of those who are watching the event online. Following the ceremony in the afternoon, 4 sessions will be held under the themes of international cooperation for anti-corruption, non-governmental stakeholders in anti-corruption, technology in anti-corruption, and financial transparency and integrity. I hope you will all enjoy robust and active dialogue that will help fight corruption in the region and around the world and foster strong and resilient democracy. Thank you very much. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting, the conference sessions. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ho Mi-sorang, and it's an absolute honor and delight to be serving as your MC for the conference sessions. 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 컨퍼런스 세션의 진행을 맡은 아나운서 서미소랑입니다. 반갑습니다. Thank you very much. The second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting gathers anti-corruption stakeholders across governments, the private sector, and civil society so that we may come together and take stock of how far we have come in terms of anti-corruption activities and efforts so far, and also to come up with new ideas to further prevent and completely combat corruption. Today, there will be 4 sessions held in the following order: International Cooperation for Anti-Corruption, Non-Governmental Stakeholders in Anti-Corruption, Technology and Anti-Corruption, and Financial Transparency and Integrity. So without further ado, let us begin the first session. The theme for session 1 is International Cooperation for Anti-Corruption. We have the moderator and 4 keynote speakers with us up on the stage, and they will share their valuable insights on governance against corruption in the international society, as well as pledges made by OECD member states. The first session's moderator is Dr. Sook Jong. She created the Asian Democracy Research Network back in 2015 and has since been working with the network's 23 research organizations across Asia to promote democracy studies with the support of the National Endowment for Democracy. Dr. Lee is also a member of the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy. I will now hand over the floor to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Sook Jong.
Good morning. I think it's still good morning, right? I am Sook Jong Lee from South Korea, and I'm the moderator of this first session. I am retired professor and also leading ADRN. I'm glad the Friends of ADRN is attending this conference. I am from the academia and also civil society. The stories I'm getting is a little bit different. Let's say in the opening session, you heard the governmental leaders were explaining how they are doing their job, creating anti-corruption agency and also adopting many anti-corruption laws. So they are doing a lot of work, it's true. However, from these academia and also CSO organizations, we worry about the performance of anti-corruption efforts. As you may heard, according to Transparency International data, for the last 10 years, there was no much such progress in combating and also eradicating corruption. So we have kind of 2 channels. However, one thing they agree is that both governmental leaders and civil society leaders agree the international cooperation is very important. And of course, there are 2 dimensions why international cooperation is important. First of all, we need a common framework, legal framework, to prevent and also to criminalize and punish the corrupted people and corrupted actions. That's the reason the UN created UN Convention Against Corruption in 2003, and 140 countries are adopting that one. So it's good to have that. And also, there is increasing cross-border crimes, cross-border corruption. So the UN General Assembly had a special session on anti-corruption in 2021, as you know. So in the declarations, they emphasized the UNCAC, UN Anti-Corruption Convention need to cooperate and coordinate with the United Nations Convention of Transnational Organized Crimes. So I think there's a lot of debate how the UNDOC and Interpol and they can work together to combat this cross-border crime of corruptions. And the second dimension of international cooperation is helping the countries who are interested in combating corruption. So there can be technical assistance and financial support, and also knowledge sharing. So I hope South Korea is not the #1 country in terms of reducing corruption issues, but we have good stories to share with many countries in the Indo-Pacific. So this session, we want to identify the positive examples of international cooperation for anti-corruption and where advances could be made in the Indo-Pacific. Now we have outstanding, fantastic team of speakers from the hosting government and also international organization and also education and training academy and also leading CSOs. So why don't I introduce speakers? You have a great long bios in the pamphlet. So for the interest of time, I'll just briefly mention the major titles they have achieved. Our first speaker, Ms. Nagong Lee, is a Vice Minister of Justice Department of South Korea since May 2022, last year. She was a Chief Prosecutor of the Seongnam Branch of Suwon District Prosecutor's Officer. And she has been working for South Korean government's anti-corruption cooperation with the international organizations within the ministry. And our second speaker is Mr. Raja Kumar, the president of the Financial Action Task Force since July last year. He has a wide range of senior leadership in Singapore. If I just name several, Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs, and Deputy Commissioner of Police, and Senior Deputy Director of the Commerce Affairs Department. He also served as a pioneer chief executive of the Casino Regulatory Authority. And our third speaker is Mr. Thomas Stelzer, Dean of International Anti-Corruption Academy. As a Foreign Service Officer of Austria, he served the UN office in Vienna, the IAEA and UNIDO, and also ambassador to Portugal. He also worked for the UN, including Assistant Secretary General for Policy Coordination and Interagency Affairs. Our fourth speaker is Dr. Peter Eigen, the founder of Transparency International, and he chaired the TI from 1993 to 2005. He founded so many entities, including the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, and also he co-founded Humboldt Biadriana Governance Platform, and also he founded the Fisheries Transparency Initiatives. And also he is co-chairing the African Progress Group. Before he kept founding these entities, he worked at the World Bank for 25 years. So without further ado, let me invite our first speaker, Vice Minister Nagong Lee, to make her first remarks.
Good morning. As has been introduced, I am Nagong Lee, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice at the Republic of Korea. Yesterday, the Second Summit for Democracy was held, and here in Seoul, we are currently hosting the Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. It's a great pleasure to be able to host the regional meeting here in Korea. As you can see, as an important part of making an effort to safeguard democracy, we have our session on anti-corruption, and it is a great honor for me to speak at this first session. We have heard the statements of various countries from the Indo-Pacific region, and as they have emphasized, democracy can only be delivered on top of the rule of law, and corruption, which starts from the misuse and non-compliance of law, is a target. It is a harm to our neighbors as well as our social systems, and fundamentally, it can shake the very fundamentals of democracy. And that is why anti-corruption is ever more important. In particular, eradicating corruption is impossible through the efforts of any one country. And against this backdrop, in 1997, the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention was signed. And there has continued to be international cooperation and efforts to eradicate corruption. The Republic of Korea has always participated in these international efforts, and through UNODC, OECD, FATF, as well as APEC and ASEAN, we have always participated in these international organizations and regional networks so that we can respond to corruption by collaborating with individual countries and international organizations. At yesterday's Summit for Democracy, efforts such as the beneficial owner, anti-money laundering, and commercial registration systems were discussed in the declaration that was adapted for the practical implementation of the FATF recommendation number 24, and we look forward to stronger international cooperation to eradicate corruption and also for anti-money laundering. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you a cooperation project between the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Korea and UNODC, which is titled the Next Generation Criminal Law Information System. And I would also like to talk about the relationship between anti-corruption and democracy. The anti-corruption efforts and policies that is being conducted by our ministry is what I would like to share with you today, and it is indeed a great pleasure to share this information with the audience today. First, the Republic of Korea is actively participating in the international society's efforts for anti-corruption, and in particular, collaborating with the UNODC. In December of 2003, we have signed UNCAC, and we have gone through the ratification process, and we have become a member of this convention in April of 2008. And we are also maintaining a close collaborative relations with the UNODC, which is in charge of the implementation and evaluation of UNCAC. In particular, the Republic of Korea, in order to lead international efforts, have donated 2 billion won every year to the UNODC ever since 2020, and we have conducted the so-called Korea Project, which focuses on strengthening networks in Southeast Asia for anti-corruption, as well as strengthening their investigative capacity. Project Korea is focused on international response, in particular collaboration with neighboring countries, which we believe is more and more important for transboundary crimes. And therefore, the Republic of Korea, in particular the Ministry of Justice and UNODC, has focused on two aspects through the Korea Project. First is to strengthen the capacity for anti-corruption in Southeast Asia, and second is the strict asset recovery through international cooperation. First, related to strengthening capacity for anti-corruption in Southeast Asia, the Ministry of Justice has worked on the translation and distribution of the UNODC's International Cooperation Manual related to investigation, and we have also conducted webinars despite the COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, during August last year, we have held a 3-day workshop in Bangkok of Thailand, co-hosted by the Ministry of Justice and UNODC, as well as the Anti-Corruption Agency of Thailand, to conduct the Regional Anti-Corruption Conference for Law Enforcement Professionals in Southeast Asia. I participated on behalf of my ministry and have had the pleasure of participating in presentations and discussions. Through this conference, we have been able to come up with the Bangkok recommendation, which includes 59 recommendations, and it was announced at the 11th expert meetings to enhance international cooperation at the November UNODC conference in 2022. Phase 1 of the Korea project is planned to be completed in October, and with the successful completion of Phase 1, we look forward to continuing to strengthen solidarity and cooperation for anti-corruption led by the Ministry of Justice and go on to the second level of the Korean project. And as a part of the Korea project, we will be working with Southeast Asian countries such as Thailand, Singapore, and the Philippines. And we have become a member of the C-JUST, which is the Southeast Asia Justice, as of January 27, 2023. By participating in C-JUST, we hope to become a more active part of the international network so that we can strictly respond to crimes related to corruption and asset recovery. From April 26th until 28th, we will be hosting the 3-day C-JUST Annual General Assembly here in Seoul, co-hosting this conference with UNODC so that we can strengthen our cooperation, and by building trust, we look forward to having an effective solidarity system. We look forward to the participation of all of you here today. Next, let me go on to talk about the introduction of digital technology in the criminal law system of Korea, and this is the next generation criminal law information system. KICS, the Korea Information System of Criminal Justice Services, is a way for us to utilize IT systems that is being used between various law enforcement organizations to share information together. The service was opened in 2005 until 2010, and we have been able to full-fledgedly open this system ever since then. So this KICS system actually includes various organizations such as courts, prosecutor offices, and the police agency so that we can have transparent and effective management of criminal cases. And we also open access to the general public. Currently, KICS is going through an upgrade process. From 2018, we have been working on the project for a full digitization of the system, and we plan to open this fully digitized system by October of 2024. Instead of using paper, we will be using e-documents for all investigations and legal procedures, and all of the court records will also be digitized, which we hope will facilitate the process of legal procedures. And we look forward to various benefits from this system. In particular, the victims of crimes will also be able to utilize a portal dedicated to victims so that they can receive notifications about the legal procedures and their results so that we can protect the rights of the victims even further. In particular, through such a large paradigm shift, we wish to enhance the access to justice. Through my remarks, I have been able to share with you the cooperation with the UNODC as well as the digitization of our criminal law system, and I look forward to the discussion through this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Lee, for sharing how the Justice Ministry is working closely with the UNODC and also how Ministry is digitalizing its legal service. And Let me invite our second speaker, President Kumar.
Well, thank you. Really delighted to be here this morning. Actually came in on the red eye from Washington early this morning, and I consider it a privilege to speak to such a diverse audience. At the outset, I recognize that some of you here may not be familiar with the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF as it is commonly called. The FATF, in essence, is the global standard setter for tackling money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. And importantly, it is not only standard setting that we do, we also have a mutual evaluation mechanism that essentially evaluates countries against the FATF standards. So there is a bite to the standard setting that we do. We are responsible for some of the most important tools for fighting corruption and kleptocracy, for the international infrastructure that we use to fight financial crime. And we are firmly committed to leveraging and using these tools to maximize their effectiveness in fighting corruption. Rules that are enforced are respected. And so the FATF conducts peer reviews of countries to assess them on a number of fronts. One, we check for their technical compliance, whether they have the requisite laws and regulations in place. And then we also look at the second dimension of effectiveness. All our mutual evaluation reports are public, and we have robust follow-up processes in place to help countries basically address the weaknesses in their system and at the same time to hold them to account against the standards. Our rigorous assessment process de facto serves as the foundation for our work to support the combating of corruption. A new round of mutual evaluations will begin next year with a higher frequency of evaluations than before, and countries will then have to move faster and more effectively. In April last year, the FATF ministers strengthened our focus on corruption by committing to close gaps and better utilize anti-money laundering tools to address a number of issues that are linked to both corruption and money laundering. We also want to promote synergies as well as coordinated actions with other international bodies such as the UNODC and the OECD to enhance our collective impact in the fight against corruption and foreign bribery. We continuously review and strengthen the FATF recommendations to address evolving risks. Let me just cite an example that about beneficial ownership and the changes to the global rules that we have recently put in place. Improving corporate transparency and access to beneficial ownership information is critical to combating economic crimes, including corruption, and for promoting good governance. We have seen how corporate structures and other legal arrangements are widely used for corruption and industrial-scale money laundering schemes. Lack of adequate, accurate, and up-to-date information on who the true owners of corporate structures is a key enabler of corruption and other crimes. Last year, FATF significantly strengthened our standards to promote greater transparency of beneficial ownership of companies, and this followed an extensive 2-year review. And last month, we just did the same for trusts and other similar legal arrangements. The new rules are a major step forward in the fight against corruption, and they include explicit requirements to ensure authorities can check the ownership of companies in the course of public procurement. We now need countries to implement these rules quickly, properly, and effectively, and we can't allow the weak links in the chain to create risks to the global financial system. The second priority area for the FATF is asset recovery. Hundreds of billions of dollars are generated by criminal activity each year, including corruption. These illicit assets often move through multiple jurisdictions to frustrate law enforcement. Yet the current reality is that globally we are confiscating but a minuscule percentage of these proceeds. Recovering criminal assets both domestically and across borders must be a fundamental objective of the criminal justice system. If we are able to get assets away from the hands of criminals, we essentially cut off the lifeblood of criminal enterprise, and that includes corrupt actors. It is a top priority, in fact, of my presidency, and coming from a law enforcement background, it's an area close to my heart. At the FATF, we have launched a number of initiatives in response to this pressing challenge. The FATF, for example, is working hard to strengthen the FATF standards on asset recovery. This will ensure that countries prioritize asset recovery and have a range of legal measures to respond effectively to the current threats. We need to be ambitious in our approach and should be ready and willing to introduce domestic reforms to provide ourselves with a wider range of tools which are more effective to recover criminal proceeds. At the operational level, FATF is also working very closely with other international partners. And let me just mention two. One would be Interpol, and the other would be the global and regional asset recovery networks, to enhance the ways in which countries exchange information in support of asset recovery. And international cooperation is key. Effective international cooperation is key. Finally, we are also looking at the issue of corruption through the gatekeepers to the financial system. Gatekeepers, and who am I talking about here? We're talking about lawyers, accountants, trust and company service providers, can intentionally or unintentionally facilitate corruption. The FATF recommendations lay out a very comprehensive set of rules for them to prevent their abuse for financial crimes. However, a lack of implementation in a number of countries continues to be a major source of concern. We have also seen a high degree of willingness on the part of some gatekeepers to turn a blind eye when requested to serve high-risk customers with obvious signs of corruption or sanctions evasion. This means many professionals do not or only inadequately apply the rules. So how will we fix the severe risk for gatekeepers? The answer is one of more intense scrutiny. As I mentioned, the FATF's influence starts with the assessment of compliance. We are currently conducting a horizontal review of members' compliance with the FATF recommendations regarding gatekeepers as it relates to the proceeds related to corruption. Specifically, this horizontal review will assess compliance with FATF recommendations on customer due diligence, record keeping, the controls for politically exposed persons, reporting of suspicious transactions, as well as the existence and powers of supervisory authorities. It will identify key areas for improvement and also encourage countries to encourage their systems. In conclusion, corruption is a global problem and it needs our collective response and resolve. And we need to address it from all angles: prevention, detection, and enforcement to achieve better outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Kumar. I'm sure your financial action task force will be very important as the corruption is digitalized and also internationalized. Our third speaker is Dean Stelzer, so you can talk about your activities.
Thank you very much. First, for taking up this issue. First, thank you very much for the Korean government for taking up the issue of corruption, picking that out of the three pillars of the process of Summit of Democracies. The other ones are fighting authoritarianism and supporting human rights. But of course, fighting corruption is essential. Thank you very much for taking it up, and also thank you for inviting the International Anti-Corruption Academy to participate in this eminent panel here. The International Anti-Corruption Academy is the only international organization focusing on the holistic fight against corruption, facilitating implementation of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, by providing technical assistance and capacity building to practitioners, mainly through education. Now, the moderators already referred to UNCAC, the convention, and also to UNGAS, the recent special session of the United Nations General Assembly Against Corruption, that has assessed that much has been done, but much needs to be done. And the 189 UNCAC signatories have committed to doing more. But how do they do more? What is to be done? You know, we have the convention today, UNCAC, which is the only global instrument that allows us to fight corruption on the basis of the rule of law, globally, efficiently, excluding impunity. But as you all know, there is a strong, big danger that UN instruments become dead wood because they're not implemented. So the value of a convention lies in its implementation. And whereas the 189 UNCAC signatory states, so it's a global convention, have criminalized corruption in most cases and have built very strong normative systems, there is still a lot of corruption. We read this every year when we are waiting for the Transparency International Index on corruption, where we see that there's no country in the world which is free from corruption. No country has 100 points. So each country needs to scale up, and this is what we have committed to at UNGAS. Now, the International Anti-Corruption Academy focuses on closing the gap between the existing normative levels and the implementation levels. Huge gaps in many countries. By providing technical assistance, capacity building to practitioners, lawyers, prosecutors, judges, judicial personnel, academicians, but also to civil society, trying to help them understand the complex provisions of the convention better and learning to implement them in their professional reality. That's our mission. Now, UNCAC is a great instrument. I have to say this because I'm one of the, maybe the last still active negotiator of UNCAC, and it's very close to my heart. I had the privilege to sign the convention on behalf of my country, Austria, at that time when I was an ambassador. So I'm inseparably connected to this convention because my handwriting has been absorbed by the convention paper. So it has become the mission of my life to help implement this convention. Now, the International Anti-Corruption Academy provides education. Now, the main pillar is academic education, because we are also the only international organization, only intergovernmental organization, which is at the same time an institution of higher learning, authorized to offer academic degrees. So our main pillar is capacity building through academic education. We offer at this time 4 master's programs in anti-corruption, addressing different groups of practitioners, including the private sector and including diplomats, because one of our programs, the Anti-Corruption and Diplomacy Master's Program, which we conceptualized together with the United Nations, with UNITA, the research branch of the United Nations, addresses mid-level diplomats and leaders of the international system to learn to lead the emerging debate on fighting corruption. A debate which is just emerging right now. Peter Eigen, sitting next to me, he was one of the creators of the issue of fighting corruption. And during the last decades, corruption has become a real global issue, assuming a central stage in a global debate, which is very, very new. So assessing, is sort of a start-up function, future necessities. We have introduced this program to help create the knowledge and the expertise to handle this issue on the global level. So our central pillar is academic education. For a master's program, 3 of them in English, 1 of them in Spanish, because there are many Spanish-speaking experts who told us that they don't benefit enough from our English programs, so we changed into languages, and we offer one now also a Spanish-speaking program. This is a ready-made program. They are between 1 year, 18 months, depending on the program, and they end with a master's degree in anti-corruption. Thesis, defense of the thesis, master's degree. Our second pillar is tailor-made programs. Here we are more practical, education but non-academic. request base. Our partners come, either public institutions, national anti-corruption institutions, also civil society, they come and tell us what they want from us. So we sit down and conceptualize a project based on their needs. Focused, impact-oriented. We sit down, we see how many people, what's the duration, what's the budget for it, then we activate, we mobilize our global network of experts and we implement the program. Under this pillar we also subsume the private sector. Because it's not only UNCAC, it's also the OECD Convention Against Bribery, which of course is much smaller. It has only 44 signatory states, but the implementation process of which is much more advanced. What does this mean in practice? That means that companies, private sector companies that work internationally, in order to continue making money in national economies, need to abide by new standards in connection with the implementation of the convention. And to abide by the new standards, they very often need technical assistance. Where do they get this technical assistance? Capacity building, either the private sector from consultants who charge the private sector fees, or from the intergovernmental sector, where it's only us. So we work with the Global Compact, with the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, with many chambers of commerce to extend our capacity building also to the private sector. Our third pillar is research. I'm a strong believer in evidence-based decision making. We have to provide strong evidence to our decision makers to help them build narratives which are convincing enough to be implemented afterwards. So this is what we do in our research department, where we work on anti-corruption, very much on the SDGs, of course, anti-corruption measures to achieve sustainable development, typologies of corruption offenses, integrity and compliance in the business sector, humanitarian aid activities, and sports. We do another project here, but I will refer to this in my next round, which is measuring of corruption. So this is how we are practitioners. We try to bring to the table real value in closing the gap between the normative and the implementation level of the convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Stelzer. Actually, I didn't know that much about your academy, so I checked your website and found many interesting programs, including master and summer programs and so forth. Thank you. And our first speaker is Dr. Peter Eigen, and I think TI is very much famous for many Koreans as well, and I'm also using your perception data very much so. So it's great to have you here. So it's your turn to make your initial remarks.
Much. Your Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really excited to be in this whole exercise of the attempts to combine our forces and our ideas in this summary for democracy. I'm happy about this because this whole exercise seems to be driven very much by the recognition, which nobody doubts nowadays anymore, that there's a tremendous danger to democracy, to the basically primacy of politics over the market in a globalized economy. There's no doubt that civil society contributions are necessary to support governments, to support the private sector in this fight against corruption. Now, this essence was not at all self-confident at the time when 30 years ago we created Transparency International. In fact, this year is the 30th anniversary of Transparency International. At that time, it was quite clear that our reliance on nation states for the guardians of good governance worldwide and of a fair development of the globalized economy, that these guardians should be governments of nation states. And I think at that time we observed that this reliance at the time was frustrated many times to the extent that one could nearly talk about failed governance in respect to dealing with international corruption. At that time, some very important countries, including my own in Germany, but also France and the United Kingdom, Japan, many big other countries, with the great exception of the United States, we are not recognizing that it was necessary to fight international corruption. In fact, these countries officially accepted that corruption was a reality in the international marketplace, but they didn't dare to do anything about it because they felt it was more or less inevitable. I had to leave basically the World Bank because that was the position of some of the members of the World Bank's board. They thought it was absolutely not a responsibility of the World Bank to do something about corruption. And therefore, I was at the time the director of the regional office of the World Bank in Nairobi. I was asked if I wanted to fight corruption. I had to leave the World Bank, and I was happy to leave exactly 30 years ago to set up Transparency International. Now, it is probably good to remember that it was the United States which was taking the lead under the leadership of President Jimmy Carter to criminalize international corruption through the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in 1978. In fact, I would like to express my compliments to President Carter that he took this initiative because he hoped, of course, that the other rich countries would follow. Thank you very much. In fact, let me take this opportunity to send a message to President Carter because he is not very well, but I want him to know that he has a very strong place in our heart because of his courage at the time, because of his leadership, of his foresight to introduce the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act when all the other governments of the OECD member countries, they did not follow suit. So we wish you all the best in the in the name of this whole meeting, if I may say so. Thank you. So we are beyond this, and I think I'm very happy how Mr. Stelzer has put this together, how we have overcome this whole question of whether corruption is a threat to democracy, whether corruption is a threat to global governance. Of course, this has been accepted. We have accepted that civil society has a very important role to play. And it's this spirit which has been driving the whole exercise of the Summit for Democracy, which makes it so exciting for me to be here. But I think in this present session, we should perhaps try to find something rather concrete to lead to implementation of all these very often gratulatory and self-congratulatory statements about the commitment of national governments and so on to fight corruption. Try to find some concrete action, some concrete new ideas, as our moderator has postulated at the beginning, to see how we can make sure that these words and this consensus can be implemented. I'm looking forward to the sessions, 3 sessions which follow this one session, but I would like to make one particular proposal which has become a very personal, important mantra for me, based on the experience which I gained not only with Transparency International, but also with being the founding chairman of the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative and a couple of other multi-stakeholder processes which I have been committed to. I would like to present to you the tremendous advantages which one can achieve if one approaches bad governance situations with this multi-stakeholder approach. When we set up, for instance, Transparency International, we were successful only whenever we worked together with governments, whenever we worked together with the private sector, even though it was quite clear to us as civil society organizations that we had different interests, that we had different perspectives, but we knew we had to talk to each other. And this is why we in 1995, for instance, 1996, we met with big business in Germany. We met with the government of Germany, tried to convince Germany that it was in the interest of everybody to start fighting international bribery. And we were successful in getting Germany to sign the OECD Convention Against Foreign Bribery. They would never have signed it without this attempt to interact between these three decisive stakeholders of society. On the one hand, government, of course, which has the I hope there was no government interrupting me at this point. What I would like to say is that this interaction between these three stakeholders, government, private sector, and civil society, they have to work together in order to address bad governance. And this is what we experienced at Transparency International, and I can give you many examples of that. I don't think that I have a lot of time for this, but it was particularly evident when we set up the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative in this very difficult field of extractive industries, oil and gas and mining in many African, many other developing countries had rather unfair deals and participated in corruption, tremendously jeopardizing the development of many of these countries, where we managed to make tremendous progress through this multi-stakeholder process by bringing together the big oil companies, mining companies on the one hand, with the governments and with civil society. Now, the same experience which the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative achieved, we achieved in a number of other areas, and some of these other multi-stakeholder initiatives will be presented, I guess, during the course of this conference. So my recommendation is we have to find a way to single out the different interests in society, and this is very often this magical triangle of good governance, that is civil society, government, and private sector, to make them talk to each other, to create multi-stakeholder working groups together. We are trying to do this right now in the fisheries sector in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia. We are trying to do this in providing local electricity. And of course, the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative is continuing this. So I try to recommend this as a particular approach which should be used in order to address poor governance, to address corruption in areas which seem to be intractable to otherwise well-meaning, but in my opinion, to a large extent, incompetent governmental efforts. So the three actors have to work together to come to a modicum of consensus among themselves in spite of their different interests, in spite of their different perspectives, and yet provide very strong advice to the decision makers, which were basically the responsible decision makers in democratic government.
Yes. Yeah.
So thank you very much,
Right.
and I hope we can agree
Yeah.
together that this will be a helpful approach.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Eigen. Yeah, he always emphasized to carry out the more concrete programs to see more tangible outcome from this summit. I think that's a very important point. So we heard the initial remarks from 4 eminent speakers. Now, I'd like to ask some short follow-up questions to each speaker. So let me start with Vice Minister Lee. I think yesterday there was a kind of a declaration trying to strengthen the 21st article of Financial Action Task Force. Because I'm not a legal scholar, I don't know well about this article. So, Vice Minister Lee, why don't you elaborate and explain more about, what this declaration means?
예, 그 개정된 권고안 제24조는
Article
자금
24
세탁, 테러 자금 조달
is dedicated to anti-laundering and preventing the utilization of financing terrorism. And so it is aimed at evaluating the risks of misuse And according to the detailed guidelines, this requires accurate information about the beneficial owners, the establishment of a central registry, and also to make sure that there are effective measures to prevent the misuse of funds for money laundering and terrorism funds. And related to international cooperation, when information is requested concerning the beneficial owner, the immediate provision of this information without condition is required, it is mandatory, and also an organization is to be designated for this international response. Recommendation number 24 has already come into effect, but there has been the concern that not many countries are actually implementing this recommendation. And so through the declaration, we are promising the implementation of this recommendation. Therefore, by implementing the recommendation, we will be able to upgrade the international solidarity to prevent money laundering and the misuse of funds for terrorist activities.
For teaching me what this the amended recommendations is. Thank you. And President Kumar, you mentioned about this FATF's activity about the making the access to beneficial ownership information easier. In South Korea too, when South Korea was democratized back into the early 1990s, we introduced this beneficial ownership, we call 금융실명제. That's very important reform for Korea. So I wonder how your organization is working with many developing countries whose leaders are more hesitant about introducing this beneficial ownership, the institution law and program. And also second, you mentioned about your new round of evaluations. So what's the difference of a new round of evaluation from the previous one?
Well, thank you for those questions. On the issue of beneficial ownership, the FATF has in fact for a long time warned about anonymous shell companies and trusts being abused for illicit purposes. We know that they are being abused by the corrupt and sanctions evaders to essentially launder their dirty monies. This lack of transparency, this lack of this opacity is a key vulnerability that then fuels many crimes, including corruption. As I mentioned earlier, we significantly strengthened our FATF standards to promote greater transparency of beneficial ownership for companies. So let me just elaborate a bit more on what that involves. The standards now require a multi-pronged approach to ensure transparency through registers of beneficial owners that countries need to maintain, or an alternative mechanism which provides authorities with efficient access to beneficial owners' information. The other aspect of the changes that we've introduced are that countries are also now required to carry out a more comprehensive risk assessment of companies that are operating in their jurisdictions. And this includes foreign companies. There are also stricter disclosure rules for nominee arrangements, and bearer shares have been banned. All of these were actually modalities that the corrupt and criminals have been using all this while. And what we are trying to do is essentially shine a very bright light into that space and really expose, exactly, to enhance essentially transparency and help trace the identity as well as the assets of criminals, corrupt actors, tax evaders, and terrorists. Last month, in another significant move, the FATF also revised its standards to strengthen transparency arrangements in relation to trusts and similar legal arrangements. Countries are now required to essentially assess and then mitigate the risks of legal arrangements similar to that they've done for legal persons. We are also aiming to provide greater clarity on obligations that trustees have with a view to avoid regulatory arbitrage or gaps in information flows. We are encouraging as well greater international cooperation in this area, as many of these structures we have seen are actually working in a cross-border arrangement and where national boundaries then lose relevance. So taken together, these reforms essentially ensure both a balanced and a coherent set of FATF standards on beneficial ownership across both legal persons and legal arrangements. We are near the end of our work to update both the rules, and we've also come up with guidance for industry to help them better understand what the rules are and what they need to do. But our work doesn't end there. I think one of the critical points that you would have heard in the discussions is how important it is to essentially implement the rules. And where we are lacking right now is effective implementation. It is one thing to have the rules in place, but if you are not effectively implementing the rules, then you're not going to get very far. And so the FATF essentially is urging countries to implement the new rules quickly, properly, effectively. And on our part, what we are going to do is to essentially focus on this area in our mutual assessments. We will continue to provide countries with a roadmap for making improvements, and we are also holding them accountable where reforms or their implementation are simply not good enough. On the next question, in relation to the next round of mutual evaluations, this is going to start in 2024. With regard to anti-corruption specifically, the fifth round of mutual evaluations will continue to assess countries' compliance with recommendation 36 of the FATF recommendations, and this essentially requires countries to take immediate steps to become party to key conventions, including the UNCAC convention. And essentially we will also be looking at the effectiveness of countries in terms of the effectiveness in implementing the rules, including countries' risk assessment and mitigation measures. In this context, we are looking more closely at the implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption in the course of FATF evaluations. How are we doing this? By better reflecting the detailed provisions of the UNCAC in FATF's assessment methodology, so that FATF mutual evaluations can add their significant weight to encourage countries to both fully and effectively implement the UNCAC.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me move to Dean Stelzer. You alluded implementing UN Anti-Corruption Convention effectively is helping the Sustainable Development Goals. So which goal, can you be more specific? And if so, how the relationship will work?
Thank you very much for this question. Allow me to combine your question with Peter's challenge to take something new out of this day today. Of course, the Sustainable Development Goals, they're in the center of our attention. We all know that without implementing the SDGs, the world will pass on to our children is going to be a poor one. So we have all come together to negotiate the SDGs, we have agreed on the implementation, but we do not implement them. So recently at the Summit for Least Developed Countries in Doha, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, challenged the world to come up with an emergency rescue operation for the SDGs. Now, the SDGs are in a multifold way in our center. First, the SDGs put the agenda against corruption center stage. By including the fight against corruption in the SDGs, SDG 16, the one SDG which provides for better government, which is supposed to implement, to establish the parameters for the implementation of the 15 content SDGs, has 2 anti-corruption goals. So the fight against corruption has become the cross-cutting agenda of the SDGs. Right now we are writing an analysis on the impact of corruption in each one of the SDGs in the context of the preparation of the SDG Summit in September. So this is in our mind. How does corruption feature in the context of sustainable development? When you mentioned that I was ASG with the United Nations, when I worked for Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, he left two huge legacies to the world. One is the Paris Agreement and one is the SDGs. And the SDGs is the blueprint for a better world, but we have to implement them. And for implementing them, we need money, and we don't have the money. This is the issue. The Deputy Secretary General assessed also in Doha, in the last 2 years, there was no progress in SDG implementation. So the question that troubles me is, how do we finance that? Now, 2 years ago, I spent a whole year on the FACTI panel. You might remember this panel on accountability, transparency, and integrity, in which we discussed for a whole year the so-called illicit financial flows, which siphon out every year trillions of productive economies, money that cannot be compensated for, neither by direct investments, nor by ODA, nor by remittances. Money is missing. But this gives me an idea, and here I'm coming back to Peter now. When I started my multilateral career in the UN First Committee, disarmament and security, we always talked about the so-called peace dividend. Limiting military expenditure and then using the money we save for sustainable development. Now, in the last 40 years, this has been a fallacy, a dead-end street. We haven't saved the money. And we know that military expenditure have grown every year to 2.1 trillion last year, and with a tendency to grow further. So where do we find the money in the post-COVID times, after governments had parachuted trillions into stabilizing economy and all the budgets are empty? Where do we find the money to implement the SDGs? That's my crucial question. But there is a solution for that. And the solution is the illicit financial flows, which, as we know, consist of 4 elements: tax evasion, tax avoidance, bribery, and corruption. Now, on the tax issues, we have no clout. That's national. But on bribery, we have the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention. And on corruption, we have UNCAC. Now, we are facing the aspirational SDGs and the law-based fight against corruption. The 189 countries that have signed and ratified UNCAC have introduced the provisions of the convention in their national law. So the legislative bodies are mandating national government to execute the laws. That means fighting corruption is no longer a personal luxury. It has become, and no longer only a societal imperative and an economic imperative, but it's also law. So if we implement the laws, if we fight corruption successfully, we will then limit illicit financial flows. That means suddenly we will have monies, and I'm not saying this money will go automatically into SDG implementation, not a dreamer, but suddenly politicians will have funds on which they can decide where to channel this money. And they can decide that they can channel this new money into sustainable development. Now, there's something, and now I'm going to be very practical, Peter. The peace dividend, I don't believe in it anymore. I don't see it. But how do we coin an expression for a new dividend, which is in our hands? Because we can raise this. And we could, and this is my suggestion, maybe we can take this out of this day, coin a new expression, something like integrity dividend. Limiting illicit financial flows by fighting bribery and corruption better, to raise the money, which then can be channeled towards SDG implementation and secure a better future of the world through an integrity dividend.
Thank you for your passionate statement. I think we are all concerned about 3 years of COVID-19 and also war in Ukraine. Due to this crisis, we cannot have a good prospect for achieving SDG. So we are all concerned about that. Maybe just controlling corruption and making easy this financial flow can help this situation. I think that's an important point. Okay, let me move to Dr. Peter Eigen. You always emphasize this tripartite, multi-stakeholder approach, right? Government, private sector, especially business, and civil society. And this kind of cooperation is very important. But somehow in Asia, where the government is very strong, working with civil society is not well implemented compared to America or to Europe, even for the Summit for Democracy. So can you kind of give a good advice to us?
Well, my main advice is to civil society organizations, because they are reluctant to work with governments. They are reluctant to work with big business. In fact, in the United States, for instance, very few NGOs accept money from governments because they feel they lose their integrity, they lose their credibility, and therefore they rather try to fund themselves through other ways. In Europe, it's practically the other way around. In Europe, NGOs are very reluctant to take money from private business because they feel this is a real danger, that they will be caught up by them and they lose their credibility and so on. So I feel it's important that all three of these actors understand that if they really want to have better governance, then they should embrace the necessity to work with each other. I would call this an antagonistic cooperation, which is necessary, which is possible. I mean, we at Transparency International, for instance, we noticed when the OECD was preparing the OECD Convention Against Bribery that big business in Germany and also the German government in support of its business was rather reluctant to go along with it. And so we met with them 3 times from 1996 to 97 under the leadership of Richard von Weizsäcker, who used to be a wonderful president of Germany, who had just given up his last term as president. We met at the Aspen Institute. The first meeting, we were nearly fighting with each other because we couldn't agree. In the second meeting, we came up with ideas as Transparency International, how we can try to cooperate in given competitive situations in order to stop bribing simultaneously. And in the third meeting, we then came up with the idea of islands of integrity, as we called it, which we meant given markets within which everybody would consent to be more transparent and lay open their own integrity in this market. And on that basis, basically the business community sent an open letter to Helmut Kohl and Minister Rexroth at the time and said, please sign this OECD convention. This is in the interest of everybody, in particular of business in Europe. And if they wouldn't have agreed with this, Germany would not have signed. And if Germany wouldn't have signed, the Brits wouldn't have signed, the French wouldn't have signed, the Japanese wouldn't have signed. And this OECD Convention Against International Bribery, yes, it was much smaller. It was only about 40 signatories, or at the time 35 signatories. But it really broke the ice, because after the OECD Convention had been signed, it entered into force in 1999. Basically, the intergovernmental organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, and others, United Nations, they all fall into place. I mean, Jim Wolfenson turned basically the World Bank from Saulus to Paulus, and they became one of the most prominent anti-corruption fighters in the World Bank. So that's what happened there. And but then they went out of business because the OECD Convention was signed, and we didn't need this. Again, somebody doesn't like what I'm saying. In other situations, for instance, at the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, we really established institutionally this interaction, this antagonistic cooperation, and they did excellent work by having a very modest initial mandate: publish what you pay to the governments where you do your mining and you produce your oil. And everybody said this cannot be so harmful. Everybody began to work together. And what we expected and what happened was that they trusted each other, they understood each other. Now a whole package of rules and standards and so on, which have made the international market of mining and oil and gas production quite open and brought in a lot of elements of good governance, which I could list right now here, because we are very proud of this development. So this is what I'm saying. We can have this either as a permanent institutional arrangement, and in some cities, for instance, it may be a good idea to do this. Or one can have it as an ad hoc arrangement where you simply create a modicum of consensus and then give this to the decision makers, to the representative government decision makers as very strong advice.
Thank you.
Not as a binding thing, but as an advisory support to good decisions.
Thank you. I am supposed to collect the questions from the floor for about 5 minutes, but time is running out, so maybe I can allow maybe 2-3 questions from the floor. So why don't you raise your hand and identify yourself, and you can ask questions. Anyone? There are 2, one gentleman and one lady.
One woman and one.
Please, yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Ramandeep Sheena. I'm a visiting professor, associate professor at a university in the United Kingdom, and also works as an international anti-money laundering and combating terrorist financing expert. So first, I would like to thank all the speakers for a very interesting session and discussion. I have a question for Mr. Kumar, and it relates to revised recommendation 24, the FATF recommendation. And I understand what you have explained, that the revised recommendation now requires a multi-pronged approach to be implemented by the countries. And one of the things which has been required is countries should either establish the registers, the beneficial ownership register, or they could adopt an alternative mechanism. So my question is, what is expected from the countries which are not establishing a register or not taking that approach? What is expected when we say alternative mechanism, if they are not taking the approach of establishing a beneficial ownership register? Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a question to hear. You can just stand up and begin your question. Can somebody bring the microphone? Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Petko Draganov. I'm the Bulgarian ambassador here in Seoul. I have a question related to what Ambassador Stelzer just suggested. According to some expert estimates, somewhere between 8.7 trillion, the most conservative estimates, and up to 36 trillion US dollars are stashed away in tax havens as we speak. And one has to assume that most of it is money basically stolen from the taxpayers globally, or the product of criminal activities, which is the same thing. And of course, this is money that we could have used, for example, to invest in a green transition. Had we done so, we could have maybe solved our climate challenge. So my question is, what is it that we can do to close tax havens? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one more? No? Okay. So I think I have to finish by 12:40, so I don't have time. So why don't I give 2 minutes to respond to questions and also to offer final remarks to each speaker. So Vice Minister Lee, why don't you go ahead first?
The concept of democracy cannot be defined in a single sentence. However, democracy is a way for us to make our lives happier and more prosperous. That is a value that we share. Throughout history, the human race has gone through the experience of having democracy being threatened by corruption. And with the recent development of science and technology, the overflow of fake news, and the COVID-19 pandemic. All of these factors have led to new forms of corruption. In particular, we do see that corruption is now becoming cross-governmental and cross-national. We have seen that the format and assets earned by crimes based on corruption is interconnected between various countries, and we are seeing that the method of crimes is becoming more and more sophisticated. And therefore, we need to find ways to effectively respond to such new forms of corruption through international cooperation to protect the value of democracy. Many countries have become members of UN CAC as well as the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, and many countries are complying to the FATF recommendations to eradicate anti-laundering and to make sure that we add transparency to the beneficial owners. Countries around the world under the common goal of eradicating corruption needs to work together and exchange opinions to perfect our systems. And if we continue to have activities such as mutual evaluations of the implementation of UNCAC, we can certainly look forward to a better future. The Republic of Korea and the Ministry of Justice, based on our zero tolerance principle, will strictly work to counter corruption, and we will surely lead the way for international cooperation. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you to the members of the panel, the moderator, as well as the distinguished guests from home and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being concise. President Kumar, 2 minutes.
Sure, thank you. I just have two sort of key points to make. One is that countries really need to make sure that they have their laws, their regulations are contemporary, because criminals and the corrupt are really making full use of technology. They're making full use of the speed at which transactions can be made through the banking system, to the financial system, to move money and then to launder it. I heard a quip recently, and I thought, let me just share this quip with you, that criminals and the corrupt are operating at the speed of money, but law enforcement is operating at the speed of law. So what this means is that law enforcement and the criminal justice system essentially have to move a lot faster in making sure that the law enforcement authorities, the criminal justice system, have the requisite legal tools, capabilities to effectively fight crime and corruption. The second point I want to make is this. I really want to emphasize the importance of asset recovery. If you don't go after assets of criminals and the corrupt, they will continue to enjoy it, the fruits of their crime. And so it's really important to go after it, take it away, make sure that in the process you cut off the lifeblood of criminal enterprise and the ability of the corrupt to then use that money to commit even worse crimes and to basically, afflict society even more deeply with the funds that they have. On the specific question that was raised, effectively we will take a look at the country's alternative mechanisms, and we want to check whether, one, it is adequate, secondly, it is accurate, and the third dimension is it is up to date. And the country will have to show through this alternative mechanism that these three elements have been adequately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Stelzer, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I refer to the question, a very important question. The numbers are staggering, of course. How do we limit these illicit financial flows? Well, tax evasion, strengthen tax collecting systems, tax avoidance, close the loopholes, fight corruption, implementing the UNCAC, fight bribery, implement the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention. So this is a very clear recipe how to reduce these illicit financial flows. Also, establish beneficial ownership registries, a very important step, which we have asked, we have made progress, but they are not universal yet. But there's another issue. We cannot measure these flows. We can only assume. We can, it's a perception, that weakens our arguments. There's now an ECOSOC initiative on measuring illicit financial flows run by UNCTAD and UNODC. Very important. Also, we cannot measure corruption. We cannot say we can no longer afford corruption. We all know we cannot. But how much is corruption? The best we have is the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, but it's perception, So we do not know how to measure corruption. So a year ago, the International Anti-Corruption Academy launched a project on measuring of corruption. We don't know whether we will achieve a result because that's politically, as you all know, quite sensitive. But we are now consulting everybody who has anything to contribute, governments, institutions, statisticians, think tanks, civil society. Please all come and join us to assess which elements of the 10 existing methodologies could be taken forward into a future methodology which hopefully might enjoy consensus and which will be also implemented. So if we achieve this, it's going to be a breakthrough. We cannot do this ourselves. We can only do it by building ownership from the very beginning to avoid apprehension based on a lack of information later when we need to implement. So my invitation to all of you, join us in this global program on measuring corruption, that we can have stronger arguments why we can no longer afford the cost of illicit financial flows and corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Eigen, make it short.
Well, I must say I'm very encouraged by not only what we heard on this panel, but also what we heard earlier this morning in terms of the commitments of various governments and what they would like to do. I want to caution, however, that national governments are relatively helpless in improving governance if they don't have the full support of civil society organizations and the business community. And in order to harvest the benefits of this interaction between these three stakeholders, we have to make sure that the space for civil society activity is protected, that the people who are going out there very often risk their lives and so on, risk their professional careers. They have to be protected, particularly the media and so on. So we have to protect the space for civil society in each of these communities. And this is a real function of governments, of democratic governments. And secondly, I recommend to all three actors to find solutions where they can interact together and understand each other's different interests and perspectives by engaging this dialogue and over time understand each other and make concessions to each other so that out of this will come a consensus bottom up which can be used by democratic governments to take the right decisions. So if this happens, I think many of the good ideas which have been put forward, in particular in this summit of for democracy, can really lead to fantastic solutions. And I want to congratulate you for having organized this and having given us a chance to bring this out in such a fantastic audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, already ran over time, but we had a very great discussion. I think we heard a lot about law enforcement and education and also civil society participation. We did not have enough time to discuss the relationship between democracy and corruption. I think even though the governments are committed and civil society are participating, unless there is a democratic progress in each country, the anti-corruption cannot be sustained. So therefore, the media freedom and the free civil society political space, they are all important to sustain this anti-corruption reforms. So for that matter, I hope we can continue the conversation and we can work together to control the corruption of the world. And it was great, fantastic discussion, right? So let me conclude this session by giving a big hands to our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On behalf of our audience, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to Moderator Dr. Sook, Jong and the 4 panelists for their great in-depth discussions. That wraps up Session 1 on international cooperation for anti-corruption. Session 2 will begin from 2 p.m. after lunch, and the theme for that is non-governmental stakeholders in anti-corruption. So we'll see you then.